Morning, guys. Um, Bit of divergence, right? NQ balanced, Russell leading, pushing into our ADR now. ES attempting our value edge as of this moment, but the biggest thing that we need to worry about is that NQ is below our 15-minute VWAP and is below POC on the day right now. POC is attempting to shift down here at our value low. We're attempting to bid at this edge. I'm a bit worried that if RTY doesn't get some continuation here at our ADR high, that this NQ weakness could persist with Russell and then lead to a more drastic move down. That's my biggest worry is like Russell loses momentum, we stop trending up, and NQ's already weak, and then tech leads down with Russell losing momentum. Hopefully that doesn't happen. RTY can continue just trending, and then we can keep going up. But that is my biggest worry right now with the NQ weakness. We can see that a lot of this move on RTY is financials, right? We can see this divergence between our tech sector and our financial sector, where we're just seeing this rotation with financials going up, tech going down. So really keeping an eye on where we can start to see tech names find a low, just like we usually do with Russell. Like, okay, well, where's the most likely area where this can find a bounce while maintaining an uptrend? And as you can see, like we still are. So there's nothing to really worry about as of yet, but we are coming back down into these areas where there's potential weakness. So if I just throw a channel on this, right, we can keep it pretty simple. We can see that like this is where we're starting to look. This is where buyers were last time, and we want to see that pop relatively soon. I'd like to see SPY take out our highs. We got our bounce where we wanted. We got our gap fill, and then immediately push it up. It's the same thing we were looking for yesterday. So I still think that there is potentially room, but it's just getting a bit awkward with tech still showing that weakness. So we need to see that pop soon, and we're going to need to see either Russell find a oscillation while tech is able to push up, or we're going to have to see RTY actually be able to break ADR today and continue onward for like a very massive trend continuation play. So it's just an awkward spot to start looking if we don't see one of those two things happen. Either RTY make ADR high supportive or an actual breakout of this downtrend on NQ. Right? We need one of those things to happen to justify SPY making a new high, ES making a new high. Because without it, it just doesn't make sense because we know Russell's at resistance. Based off of the average daily range. And we know that NQ needs to find a buyer or things are going to look a bit awkward for tech. So I'm going to probably wait a little bit and let this develop just to see what happens here with Russell into ADR and if we can hold our value edges. So the areas where you're going to be wanting to look for interest just as of right now is NQ. Can we now maintain right here? Can ES maintain over value? And can we start to build these higher lows, right? And push off. The things that we need to worry about is like, okay, Russell we know is at ADR high. What happens if this goes resistance and NQ goes below value and then retests it and rejects, right? What happens if both of these go sell at the same time? That's when we have to worry because then all of a sudden you have a lot more momentum to the downside with a tech sector that's already weak and Russell that can retrace a lot of this move that we just did up back down to our value high edge at like 55, right? Like RTY can pull back from here a decent amount and still be very bullish on the day. So it is pretty important that we see us maintain this uptrend that we've been just channeling up in, right? So if I just put this on, just as a visual aid for you. Really? No. Indicators. You see how we're just in an uptrend, right? So we just want to see how we're going to maintain this, if this is just going to continue. This is like the most obvious channel up.
At 11
Can
a.m.
we keep
Eastern
that
Time, we
up,
get the
or
Canadian
does
budget
this start
balance prior
to lose some of these
0.94
higher
billion.
lows? And at the same time, if we do lose these higher lows, does NQ fail to hold value, retest, and then break our lows, right? Because NQ can just balance like it has been with RTY just pushing up, and ES can still see new highs. The problem is what happens if we start to break this uptrend, and then we have to retrace again back down to like 55, like here. Remember, that's our value edge. That can pull back all the way to here and still be bullish on SPY. And so very important to see how NQ reacts here and if RTY can maintain. I think it's pretty clear that NQ, if we go into the 15-minute here, is in that downtrend and that we are just in a box right now, right? Rotating between. This is our mid pivot, this is our high, this is our low, and we're just in a box.
Just less than a minute until we get the Canadian budget balance. -4 spot 4 billion, -4 spot 4 billion.
Watching to see if NQ can hold below value here for a move down to like 277, or if we're just going to continue to just chop. Russell has one more leg down. Look what we talked about at ADR. Very clearly like a resistance. We're just looking for weakness across both, or a move back down to the low of our box on NQ. Things are a bit slow, a bit choppy, so just being a bit patient here. But we're definitely seeing a shift on RTY short term on the 15-minute, where it's not just clear uptrend, right? And this is where things get a bit messy. We look on, I think I still have this up. Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. You can see like on RTY, we bounced our low, and then we held POC on this uptrend all the way up to this top candle. This is the first candle on the 15-minute where we've closed below POC and we're retesting POC of the previous candle, right? So right now you're in a chop zone on RTY where we are starting to curl over. It's our first candle where we aren't just doing solid uptrend where we're holding POC and value high of the previous candle is supportive for continuation up. And we're now balanced between two levels. And we're looking to see which one's going to breach, right? Are we going to get below POC of the previous 15-minute here and then start to rotate down to fix some of the structure? Or are we going to balance here between these two, and then are we waiting for a break back over 66.1? To me, it makes a lot more sense for us to make this resistance here at 62.6 and then start to fill or fix some of this poor structure below us. But you got to be patient, right? Because we don't have clear direction yet. We have an idea that bears are starting to take some control here with this curl over, with us failing to hold above, right, on RTY. Just like we talked about as soon as I got on. I think there's a bit of weakness. We're at our ADR high, and so we should be looking for these pullbacks. And now it's just about finding these levels of pullback, areas of interest that we want to start to be like, oh, okay, RTY could find a low here. And when it does, that'll give us a really actionable trade. Because remember, like, the overall move is still in a very strong uptrend. So we have to be looking for pullbacks rather than shorts for a new low of day. So I'm just going to be keeping an eye on this. So I think we watch a rejection of 62.6 and then a push down to 60.2. And then we know that there is a decent amount of buying that happened down here into this 54 to 52. So these are my areas of interest for short term. We can see that NQ is doing nothing, right? It's just in that range, chopping in this box. Watching as we react here into 77 area on NQ, 77 and 73. See if buy side can step in, or if we're going to break out of this box that we're trading in. This was target though. Testing the low of our range now in NQ, watching to see how we react here. Like to see buy side show its hand. If this goes resistant, then we probably break and then head down to like 48. So really would like to see this blue box hold. Just like we did the last bid. We're going to just range trade on NQ. RTY high or low so far, but no break of downtrend as of yet. Watching as we react into our offer above us here on RTY to break downtrend. Got our bounce where we thought we would, but again, this can just offer and then start to rotate like this, right? So need to see that push back above or expect this to show weakness again here. Again, we're looking to see if NQ can bid here off of this blue box low where we saw our wick hold previously. We're looking for buyers to be able to maintain in this area. If we break this, then again, I'm probably looking for around 48, I'd assume. Come back down and fill some of the structure. So just keeping an eye on it. Look for any bids that can absorb here and then get us back above. If not, then we're just going to have that overall weakness that we talked about. So watching for a pretty strong reoffer. We got our Russell rejection. Now looking for our offer. Either bids are able to step back up and break this downtrend with liquidity grabbed, or this will be our resistance here, and then we'll look for another rotation down. Watching to see if 73.78 can hold as supportive here on any retest. Can we get back in and now hold these guys as buyers? That is the idea. Right. We are trying to recover this and see if bids are willing to step in here on the look below and then look above. RTY is still oscillating. Things to keep an eye on. Yes. Trading POC now in our value area. So need to see this breach back above our value high or expect a rotation down to our value low. Right, so we need to see acceptance back above here for continuation higher, or we're expecting this rotation down to our value low. Russell top of range again, doing an oscillation, watching to see if there's going to be weakness. NQ still oscillating between our two pivots. No change yet, but overall trend is still down, of course, on the 15. Waiting to see if RTY can break over POC here. Yes, nothing. POC trying to go resistance. Just waiting for buyers or sellers to step in to play a secondary leg. So far, 260. There are buyers absorbing sellers, but there are lots of sellers above us. So it's not like it's nothing actionable as of yet. Watching Russell as we come back down to the bottom of our oscillation again. Seeing as that's where that weakness is stepping in on NQ. Watching to see if we get a bid again. Right, again, just oscillating. See if this breaks or if there's a shift. Into our 48s here on NQ. See if buyers step in here again on RTY, give us a little relief across the market, or if we are going to continue down. Another Russell bounce, another oscillation, another little relief on NQ with that Russell bounce. RTY bottom of range again, off of another rejection. Watching to see if we get relief or if we get a shift with the lower high. NQ bouncing 48s again, no change. Retesting the mid of our NQ range here, 62s, looking to see if the bid can hold for rotation back up to 73, 78. So far, Russell holding our bottom of our oscillation and seeing a bit of relief. We're looking to see if it makes another lower high or if we do the full oscillation. ES retesting POC as resistance here. RTY retesting our previous lower high here. Watching to see if offer holds. This is NQ top of its oscillation. Watching to see if we can get over the 73, 78 area. Need to make this supportive for more upside, or we'll do another rejection just like this. So this is where we're looking for that weakness again on the Russell. Understand that we've bounced every single time into the low of range, and that's caused NQ to be able to hold this 48 level. We're now back at the top of the range. We're watching to see if this is going to oscillate again. Are things range bound, or do we have any continuation potential? Do 15's opening now. Watch 62 to see if a bid will step in at a higher low, hold POC from previous candle, or if sell side's going to step in aggressively. Back down to a bottom of our range here on NQ off a rejection of our high. Watching to see if sell side can build below 48s. That is the idea for continuation down, or we expect another oscillation to occur. Russell top of range here, watching for weakness with NQ at bottom of range. If we fail to breach, right, we'll have then double weakness with NQ into our low, and then NQ into our low and Russell into our high of range. So really need to see RTY be able to break out here, or we'll have everything pulling in one direction, right? Russell coming back down to our lows, and then NQ failing to breach, get back into our range and bid. So need to see pretty significant buy side pressure here, or things just look like they want to keep going down. getting pretty heavy here on NQ into the lows. Buyers absorbing sellers so far. But if we push below, expect this acceleration to occur below 50s. Need to see that offer from below, right, on the ladder. So far, there's just, they're getting absorbed there. So passive buyers are at this 50 level, eating these, but I don't know if it's going to hold. No signs of it yet, other than just like a clear inability to push below. But like, we're not seeing bids step in afterwards. We're just kind of seeing them getting eaten up so far. But if they leave, right, that's when things get a bit rough. RTY doing a full oscillation again. Here, I can break this down a bit more clearly for you guys. This candle I don't want anything to do with because we have absorption of the lows, but we have these selling this stacked imbalance above us that we're currently trying to trade through. And we've had no ability to trade above it, right? So we're just testing into it right now. My concern here is that this offer holds. We test into it. I find a seller again, look below this 50 level where this absorption is occurring. And this is where that offer then aggressively pushes us down. This is what I'm most concerned about in this region, is that people are just going to get stuffed in QZ. I need to see like pretty clear acceptance back above here. Again, this like 53 to 41. Got through our active offer, very important. These passive buyers still absorbing here on this retest. So watching to see how we react into our top of range into POC. Again, it's not an area that I'm looking to really touch. Expect the offer to hold here into 83s on NQ short term. Over this, we can start to look for like 303. But understand that this is POC from our sell side candle. $22 seconds until new 15s. Flagging, just looking for that same area that we already saw an active offer, then hold as supportive on a retest. So our yellow box below us, or a push above this 84.95, either one. Russell still holding our oscillation, no change. Coming into our area that we need to retest and show a solid bid. We have an active buyer around 60, and then we have this imbalance that we need to fill. So the 60 to 70 area, very important to see someone, or we expect just a full rotation with buyers off sides that are highs. Imbalance now fully filled. Looking at the 60, seeing if buyers are here. Pretty passive so far. Little bounce, but nothing major yet. From this 60, we need to see 80s become supportive for any upside potential, other than just a 20-point scalp. Missed an S in this. Old. So buyers now stuck at the top and the middle off of that failure at 60s. Now rotating below our previous passive buyers, and we're watching to see if the offer now sticks, right? So we're looking to see if sell side can now hold us below for acceleration. Very important that we see sell side now hold us below this, and that should be able to rotate us down if we can. What's up, Kels? Testing into our 50 here. Very important to see if offer's going to hold. If sell side isn't sitting here, let me just we're gonna rotate right back up. Need to see these guys offsides and these buyers step out of the way, and then the sellers actually showing their hand here. Only seller that I see above this is up at 270. So we want to see 50s hold, absorb buyers, and then push us below 40. If not, then rotating back up to 70 is very likely. $50 until new 15s. Still holding where we need to, sell sidewise. Good first risk off into our lows here, into new 15s. You are trading off of 50. New 15s have opened. First signs of Russell weakness below our range. Watching to see if this can offer and hold. RTY retesting. See if that weakness can hold. This is taking much longer than I would like. I'm stopped out on my last 2 contracts over 54. Yeah, there we go. I'll wait. Taking too long. I just don't really think there's going to be a great long until RTY comes back down to VWAP at like 55. This is just a bit too choppy. And same range again, exact same trade. You got to take off risk into 34s until this goes resistant. 'I'm not in this. I got stopped out on my last 2, but this is the same rotation that we just did. .34 holding so far. If that continues, then we should be able to go to 12s to 10 to 12. That area down there, target 1. Just so choppy, man. Just like with 40 to 50, I'm now watching 30 to 40 to stay off, or we're going to continue down. We're just watching this offer shift, but it's just not as clean as I want it to be. I mean, I don't think it's all over the place. I think it's very clear that we're going down. I think it's just hard for scalping with tight stops. Like that's literally it. It's just like we're in a very clear trend down on everything, but trying to find entries is hard. That's all. So you have to have larger stops and respect the higher time frame general move, or you're going to get stopped a bunch of times before you actually get the move. Yeah, I've been taking off most of my positions off of 20 points. I haven't been able to really capture anything more than 20 points over and over again, which is annoying. Basically, like take two contracts off for 20 points, then get stopped out for like 6 points, and then just do it over again. Doesn't make for great trading. Into our target one here. It sucks that I got stopped out at the highs, basically, but it is what it is. Very nice breakdown from Russell off of the failure to hold our oscillation. I still think we have more room down, but I don't know if it's going to chop here for a bit. I'm still targeting like 180 area on NQ, but this 210 is our first pivot. It happens. I am right there with you, buddy. Just keeping an eye on to see how we react into 30. Offer's going to be sitting anywhere. It'll be here. This is Russell retesting our 30-second opening range, which is an interesting area, as well as our move down to our VWAP that we were looking for at 255. So this could be interesting, actually, for longs, if we can see Russell find a real bid, now that I look at it. Nothing yet. Again, this 255 is going to be really important to let us know. It's basically where VWAP's sitting. I think trying to trade NQ solely off of imbalances and sell side offer is not going to work. I think we need to rely on RTY a bit more, just like we did yesterday. Or you're going to have wider stops because things just aren't hitting to the T. $255 is incredibly important though on RTY. I haven't seen anything bullish about the price action over 30s yet. Still just kind of our offer sitting there. Russell retesting 55s now. I think this is just going to be messy until we see Russell break this downtrend and actually show a bid. I'm looking for 50s off of our rejection of 55s. That's our 50-minute VWAP on the Globex footprint. That's what I'm watching for. It's just what's our reaction there once we've come back down to our mean. 55 is a huge volume level, but I still would love to see just a rotation a little bit further down. I don't think there's really anything actionable on NQ. Coming back up into our absorption here to 45 to 56. We'll see if sell side's still sitting there, willing to take in buyers. Testing into it now. Into our key level of 50s. Yeah, this is where we've seen everyone get absorbed so far, so need to see that shift. Even if it looks exciting here, we're going to need to see it pull back and then hold this as supportive for an actual move. All right, people are just going to end up getting trapped here again. Got a buyer at 43. I'm watching for a pullback into that. New 15s have just opened. Again, just into our absorption here. Buyers are attempting, but I'm not seeing any sort of reason to bid myself personally. Sellers at 70. So the risk to reward just is not there for me to interact here. What's up, Clubhouse? What's up, Julian? Pretty garbage market today. Nice. Yeah, incredibly easy to get stopped out. Have they been helping at all? I think everything looks fine still on like SPX, right? But on NQ is just a bit messy. Like if we look at the 30, like what are we what are we doing here? So I don't really have a good answer for you. Just looks like we're doing this right now, which is trying to build out a higher auction and just retesting some of this really poor structure that we built out earlier, and now trying to build a base above our previous basing, right? So to me, that's all it looks like. But does that? It's not incredibly actionable. So as long as we're maintaining, what is this? I think this 170 area. I think that bid's still in control. But I think if we lose the 170 area, then we run into issues where we'll have to do a retrace through this range and come back down, and that'll not be great. I think buyers really are trying to just maintain this 170, 170, 180. Yeah, that's really all I'm looking at. Other than that, then we're just trading in a box, which is the worst. So just want to see this kind of continue to do its thing. We'll know where it'll have some actual moves when we can show acceptance over this 360. This is actually what I'm looking at, right? Like that's a it's hard to give any further plans until we show acceptance outside. And so far, everything's been bought in this dip area and everything's been sold in this area above. So like until I see acceptance, I'm going to continue to think that these two areas are going to hold, and it's going to be pretty awful to trade. What's up, Alex?
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
Not much.
It's interesting seeing how the DOM behaves at those key levels. Yes, the more you review that club, the better off you're going to be. You're going to start to be able to get into like an intuition of like what a reversal starts to look like, what excitement looks like, what a bid holding looks like. Like those are those key moments where you're going to start to get that pattern recognition, and you're going to be in a much better position to trade, to scalp. But it's just like review, review, review. And that's I think it's the biggest problem with like call out services is like, yeah, we can give you a level, we can give you whatever, but like you need to have the execution is so key. And so if you can start to like really hone in on that, you're going to be in such a better position as an actual trader. Honing in on your execution, understanding what like good tape looks like, what bad tape looks like.
This this gold to like Bitcoin rotation today is kind of weird.
I haven't looked.
Gold is just in the dirt, and the buttercorn is going up. It's like almost perfect. Like gold's down like just over 2%.
What? What did you say?
I guess. Well, I'm looking at like Beto versus GDX.
Oh no, you were just lagging like
Oh, oh,
crazy.
oh, 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 oh. Sorry. Strange. What I said was Bitcoin is up like over 2% and GD and gold is down like just over 2%. It's like almost a perfect rotation.
Interesting.
Max headroom.
Dude, the action today has been not great.
Yeah,
It's
look,
great.
I really like sat down like an hour ago and I thought we were gonna hold like the ESORL and then I like went and did some stuff and I looked back and I was like, okay, it's one of those days. This week, I really thought we were gonna open up and it was gonna be a really good week after all the data shenanigans last week, but I guess I was just wrong.
Hmm. Well, we did the move for Russell into 250 and immediately bid. Would like to see us back over 55s and show acceptance for anything real. But this is important if we can do this. Again, like RTY is just bleeding down.
Yeah.
Want to see like shit go up like this off of this
I
50.
this tick structure today too, it's crazy. I don't know if you've looked at it at all, but it is just like mudded.
Yeah.
Absolutely mudded.
Need to see something like this happen for me to be bullish at all. 70 still holding on NQ. Here, we can go over what I see a little bit on footprint at least. While we wait. Do the old screenshot. So this is that 43.35 pullback area. This is where we have an active buyer that is trying here. So we're looking to see if buyers can hold. We have a seller up in our 70, which is where we rejected. And then we have some absorption above that that I am very aware of. And I have no inclination to want it to trade anywhere here, which is the problem. So really it's just, can we find a pullback here into this like 35-45 area on NQ, right, where these buyers are? And can we maintain? And then can we rotate for a higher and then a push into this? I don't know, unless something happens dramatic up here, I don't know if there's going to be a great entry, but I'd like to see this area kind of bid and hold, because if it doesn't, then this is going to go offer, and then we're just going to rotate back down to our 210 as target, right? So really need to see these buyers try to maintain here and then get us over the 70 and really see like an active bid step in for anything bullish. It's going to be really important. If we don't see that, right, these two buyers, a buyer here and a buyer here, I think it's just not going to be fun to trade. And then that's where, like, instead of this buyer being here, we then have an offer stepping in at this 35-45, and then that leads us back down to our 10s. And then below 210, I have like 180, 170. So that's all I see. And this would be just a reversion trade coming back up to our view up at 305s above us. But as of right now, I'm in nothing, and I'm just waiting to see how we react. I'll put that in chat just so that it's a bit more obvious. You can reference it. But that's where that like 43, 35 area is. Did she kill herself? How did she die at 28? So sad. Damn. Yeah, but I don't think that can kill you. Is oh, she probably just not having it anymore. How do you pair up your NQ trades with Russell? It was a lot better earlier this morning, Julian, when we found this range and we were looking at it like this. This is how I was trading this morning. If you can follow my cursor. So this is RTY. We found this this area where we were oscillating. We are looking for Russell to find relief here and give us some relief on NQ as well as we were coming into these lows. And then we are looking for weakness on NQ as we were coming back up into these highs on RTY. So I can show that. This is what we were watching earlier. Like we look at Russell coming into these highs. We were getting little scalp opportunities where this weakness was occurring as we were coming up in the top of range. Show that. Right, so it's like, okay, we're probably coming to the end of this uptrend as we were coming up into this, and then we were looking for shorts on NQ off of that. And it's the same thing here, where it's like we're looking for shorts as RTY, or sorry, longing opportunities. It hasn't been great today. This is what we were watching. It's just like we're not looking for more of a move until we can see RTY show a bid to hold above or a offer below. And we were looking for the end of our scalp or to be taking profit as we were coming up into these highs, not expecting more. So just with these, it's going to be hard to see with 30. Like, they're on the both same time frame. But like as we were coming up, this gives shorting opportunities because we know we're in an overall downtrend and we know the Russell's stuck. So like this is where that feels good. Same thing here. It's like, okay, there's probably not much to go off of. Like we're not looking for NQ to get a big push because Russell is stuck here. There's no opportunity. Same thing here. There's no opportunity because the Russell's stuck and it's not able to oscillate. So it gives you an opportunity to look for weakness then. Look for weakness. That's usually how I use it. It's like if we know that NQ is at an area of interest, so let's say like NQ is making a lower high or something like that, but Russell is doing our full oscillation. I'm going to be looking for an offer to be holding into this area on NQ, and then weakness to start on the Russell. And then it's like, okay, well, we have both sides pulling in one direction, so I care a bit more about this area. And that's really it. It hasn't been great today. Again, the trading's been pretty awful today for scalp rotations because NQ has just been so much more volatile in its walks that it's doing. So it's been hard to take actual trades off of the Russell itself because RTY will, hold an area for a minute, and in that minute, NQ will do the full rotation of its range while we wait because of just the volatility. Most days, though, we can use that system that I just showed where, like, we find an area of interest, we find our pivots on Russell, and then what we're looking for, it doesn't even have to be Russell specific, but we're looking for sectors, right? Because NQ is mostly tech heavy. So we're looking for all of our sectors to kind of find an area of relief, and then we're trying to trade that relief or that what's the opposite of relief? That that sell pressure down or that buy pressure up in the kind of oscillation that the market does. We want to try to find areas where RTY, NQ, ES are all kind of in this similar area together. We're all kind of coming together in this similar area together. Because what's going to happen when that happens? Well, we're going to get the most confident longs and short opportunities because the full market is in confluence together, right? They're moving together. So less chop is likely, and larger moves that happen very quickly are likely. So it's just about finding key pivots and then playing around those on two different instruments. Again, it hasn't been incredibly actionable today. NQ is pretty. I don't want to call it violent because like the ranges are very choppy. So I guess choppy, noisy is probably the best word. Like it's holding key levels well, but like how we get to those levels has been unbearable in the shorter term. It works better some days than others, right? So it's just like in the first like hour that I get on, it's usually trying to find what things have the most in common. Either like what is the highest alpha or beta, and it's like are they pairing together well or not, right? And like what are the things that are diverging, what are the things that are converging, and then it's just like using those reactions to give us any sort of edge that we can while also utilizing order flow. So usually like Russell is just a very good oscillator on the day, and then we use NQ order flow to find out where the levels we should be interacting are. And it's like, okay, if there's any sort of...
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US Baker Hughes data, oil rig count prior 588 and total rig count prior 488.
If there's any time where we see that oscillation on Russell occurring, where we're also seeing solid buyers or sellers on NQ interacting, that's the area that I want to be trying, because that to me has way higher, I have a way higher conviction trading in that area than just off of NQ order flow or just off of, a pivot level. So like we might miss some rotations, but the rotations that we do capture should be good, and we can avoid the chop. That's at least the idea, but again, it's just today sucks. Have you been liking the footprint charts? Yeah, I think the footprint's been a really good addition. Really solid addition. Because it's just doing the same stuff we were doing already with just PA, but it just allows me to identify it a bit clearer, right? Because we were already DOM traders, we were already tape traders, we were already trading off of volume and price action and all this other stuff. And so like our levels were very similar, but now we can see the exact areas where people were interacting, right? So we already had a feel and an idea of where those areas were because we're constantly watching the DOM and seeing where these buyers and sellers are, as well as our volume profile. But now actually being able to see where market buys and market sells are and where absorption is occurring is just honed it a bit. It can definitely be noisy though. If you're looking at every single candle, every single tick. Another really good bounce off of 50s on RTY, no change there. Still want to see us over 55s for anything actionable. Ratio, what? What? Like, we know this guy is here at 70s, but is like this a good trade? Do I want to be stuck in this position waiting for a direction? Maybe I'm in short from 70 or 65s, and now I'm just like being chopped sideways with 10 points of like, it's just not worth. This sucks. Just gotta wait. Like, even if we identify someone, that doesn't mean it's actionable. And that's the biggest issue I have with Footprint is like, okay, we found areas of interest, but unless we have acceleration and we have like actual like people pushing then off of those levels, it just feels too passive a lot of the times. So like I need to see that secondary interaction for it to be trade. And a lot of today has not, we've seen like an initial reaction into an area, and then we have 20 minutes of chop, and then we have our secondary buyers or sellers step in. And a lot of the times I want to be in off of the initial reaction, because I'm used to trading fast, very quickly. My average trade time is pretty low, right? But if I have to wait 20 minutes in a trade, I lose a lot of faith in the move, and I just don't have a lot of conviction. And so for like days like this are not my strong suit, because like even our ideas are right, but like I don't want to be I don't want to have risk in the market on for that long. Like I just don't. When your average trade time is becomes like 30 to 40 minutes for the same amount of points that you can capture on a good day in 5 minutes, like that's not worth to me.
Just about 4 minutes here till turn of hours.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We should be able to see a much larger move over 55 once we actually, if we can get over. Any acceptance should lead to push to like, I don't know, 60, 62. I'm gonna grab some water real quick.
Bid is trying here at 5,800 on ES. It's got a flip.
Shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes data.
$40, still new 15s. Man, these new coils I got eat liquid, dude. I don't know what is going
Yeah.
on.
I've noticed that like lately the consistency of quality has been not there.
I don't know
I'll
what
say
is
it
going
like
on.
that.
Hank used to last me like, I don't know, a week, maybe half a week. It's lasting me like a day and a half now. Like that's an insane drop.
What a question, Camille.
I use the Vaporesso X-Ross or whatever mini.
I got a Voopoo drag, Camille. Big Voopoo guy. Alright, let's get this ES just straight to POC. Give me 11.
Oh wait, it's not a mini, it's a nano. This thing. Best decision I ever made was to stop going for like the chunky boys and just getting something small. Pod systems are so good. Looks serious. It's cheap, man. It's really small. Fits in the palm of my hand.
looks serious.
It's about as casual as you can get, other than
Yeah,
like
but
buying like a disposable.
looks serious, man.
X-Ross Pro. Yeah, I've got the X-Ross Nano. I don't know if I've seen what the Pro looks like. Does it have a screen or
Look
something?
at what you've started. Look at what you've started, Camille.
Oh, it's just a higher wattage, I see. Yeah, look how mini that thing is. Battery life on it lasts like multiple days and charges in 30 minutes. Wow, you can't beat it. And it can handle Saltnik, which is important. We've got a buyer who's attempting here at 75 on NQ. I'd like to see them sustain. We're getting back into this absorption up here. So I'd like to see a pullback here at around 85s, unless buyers are just going to immediately take us to 305. This is where we sold last time, right? Same level. This like 84, 85. So watching to see if a pullback happens, and then if our buyer attempts again at 75, or I just expect this immediately to just kind of head up to 305 on NQ if we don't see our pullback here. Watching 75. What's up, Sauce? So yeah, I below, nice. Yes, top of range. Just makes sense. Same cells before. And then we're just watching to see if these buyers are willing to interact again.
At 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments
Testing
from Feds
now.
Bowman, who speaks in a moderated conversation at the Alabama Bankers Association Bank CEO meeting. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Alabama Bankers Association. You trust in the bankers from Alabama? I don't know. Not seeing a huge reaction yet. Definitely someone trying, but sell side very serious. Next buyer is down at 64, looking for an initial reaction into 64s and then a recovery of 75 if we're going to go higher. That's it. Other than that, same seller is still there at 84s. So if we don't see this pushback above, then I just expect us to do a full, these guys are now offsides, and then a new low to come into our 35 to 43. So really keeping an eye here into our 60s, and if we can recover 75, then I'll look to interact. If not, then there's no trade for me. Buyers are failing where we need them to hold. I need to see secondary buyers step in from holding here and then pushing back up, or I just expect sellers to break this range low and get us back down into like 35, 43. I hate when it shows up on our footprint chart. It's so annoying that those guys didn't hold there. That was like the only thing that I saw that was interesting. Now we have to look at it as an offer level until we can recover 75s. Very important level here on Russell. We come down. This is POC from period 1, watching our reaction into day open on any sort of reoffer. Can we hold below, or can we start to rotate back up through this? Day open should be telling. For a more specific level, it's basically looking to see if bids will hold this 46. I have zero interest in looking for a long op until we see Russell find this low. ES bottom of range, NQ technically bottom of range, retesting POC. I think we can see a bit lower.
At 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who speaks in a moderated conversation at the Alabama Bankers Association Bank CEO meeting. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A from the moderator.
Come on, give me a trade.
If this comes back into range, it'd be nice. Then we got the higher high rejection, now lower low. 4 minutes on these 15s.
Really watching the Russell reaction. If we fail to get back into our 30-second opening range, then I think more downside's likely. So this retest that we've got pathed out is pretty important for me. All right, what are we gonna do? Watching for offer to either hold 59.63 or rotate back up to 75s on recovery. RTY testing our resistance now. Watching to see if offer holds.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bowman.
Wish this 50 level on NQ felt better to trade. There's so much interaction, but like it does not feel great. New 15s have opened.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Yeah, Bowman and Repo in the minute. Keep that in mind. Mm-mm.
$59 counterparties take $436.518 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Good rejection of our 59 to 63, pushing down into our 43 to 35 on NQ. Again, that's where I expect some liquidity to be, if anywhere, or a higher low. If that doesn't hold, then I just expect full rotation back down to our lows. So this is going to become our first risk off of this blue box. RTY is still holding 46. Need to see that below or anything actionable. Again, move stops down as we approach 35. We want to see if buyers are here. This is good for, this is the only area where I've seen a buyer interaction. If we go back to our footprint chart, we are here. We're watching to see what happens based off of this setup. Do we hold below our 35 and then offer for a rotation back down? Or can we build here at this 35 to 45 and bid? Out my first contracts here into 48.50. Watching to see if we can get back up to 59.63. Yes, holding our lower pivot, our 95 to 97, but no break of downtrend as of yet. Russell holding, pushing into our 30-second opening range mid at 250. This 250 level on NQ and RTY, pretty important. So much volume's been exchanged here at 250 on NQ. 250 on RTY is just our 15-minute VWAP as resistance and our 30-second opening range mid. So just a good inflection point. You can see that node at 250 as well. So I just put the indicators back on. Big old node above us. Gonna delete this pathing now that this is played. <clears throat>
Really need to see ES buyers get active here. Sellers are just slamming into this 95. Or have been, I should say.
40 seconds until new 15s. What I'm looking for is if sell side serious into our new 15-minute candle, we need to see sellers showing their hand tier. So we're looking for any offer to step in for a rotation down to like 15, 12, to like 10 to 15 area on NQ. If this just gets absorbed, then we immediately look over 43. I'm still just looking up. So the new 15s should let us know. Understand that what this is really looking at is, can we get back over POC on the open of new candle, or is that going to be resistance? from previous 15-minute candle, right? This is where what I'm watching for. This R offer. Testing into it now. We'll see if sell side is willing to hold the lower high, or if this is just going to rotate again. Again, if sell side isn't sitting here, I wouldn't touch it. Because we're just going to head back up to 50s. We want to see us react pretty strongly off this POC. RTY into our 30-second opening range high. Did Bowman speak yet? No, he has not started speaking yet. How much heat do you think that thing generates?
Enough to probably heat your house.
80, 40, 90s. Why is it 100K more than retail? They're also used. They're not even new 4090s. They're 4090s that have been on consistently, nonstop since he bought it. Yeah. Yeah, surely. Just broken in. This action is so slow, man. What is this? I'm out 1 here on NQ from our short POC rejection. Not seeing what I need to yet from sellers to step in.
They tried on ES at this 94.5, but it was the first like decent take. But if that flips offer, kind of have a feeling we're gonna accelerate a bit here.
I have 2 runners looking for 10 to 15 on NQ below. If we can actually get the push. If not, then it is what it is. I'm out 1 more, leaving 1 runner. There's a buyer at 23s on NQ that's showing their hands, and we're seeing a little absorption. If we can push below them, then we should be able to get the full push down. Just watching to see if the offer can move below. You see what I mean by things just taking way longer than they need to? Like on any other day, this POC rejection would have been almost instantaneously, and we would have been able to get this move in like a minute and a half. Instead, we have to stay in this trade. It's just so annoying, man. What's up, Ronnie? And like, what? Do I put my stop at break even here? Like, are we just gonna rotate back up? Like, oh, stupid. What? Are you sure you are not Flex? You're the only person I've ever seen use that emoji. It's Flex.
Russia's Novak says Russia is to increase gasoline production by around 4 million tons, diesel production by around 30 million tons in the coming years.
I'm watching this 38. See if Auburn can hold here. If not, I don't know. I mean, this I would really want to see our offer hold here. Lower high. See this offer slowly step down, right? I just got stopped there. I'll wait. That was my last contract. Just back to POC from previous candle. Maybe we get the same trade again. I don't know. I don't see anything. I don't think anything's changed on the overall plan. That we need to show that this POC can become supportive, or this is just going to continue to be resistance here. The problem is that I don't have enough information on this push up to want to try again, and maybe this will actually give us our real move. I don't know. I mean, this was a good move. Don't get me wrong, but I don't have enough information on this leg up to want to try it again. I think as long as we're holding below 50s, my general idea is that this downtrend persists, but it just is a bit murky here. We have 30 seconds until new 15-minute candles. I don't like interacting at a level that I just got stopped out at, which is what we're doing. And the only reason I stopped out is because it was a break-even stop on my runner. Could I have given it a bit of room? Yeah, but eh. Can't be bothered. Watching for our interaction into 50s. I like those footprint retests on the first time attempt. Other than that, it just does not feel great. Like, that's what this is, what this looked like for me, trade-wise. Looking in, looking for my short entry here, and then first risk off, secondary risk off, stopped out. That might be hard to see, actually, now that I think about it. 35's hold is supportive or nothing's shifted. I want to see 35 buyer hold and then look over 50s for anything actionable. Where nothing has changed about this short decision, right? Like this is still resistance. We're still watching for this move down. Nothing's changed in our ranging. Why do I say that? Here, this is what footprint looks like here. This is why we were interested in this area in the first place. It's because of these buyers that were here at 35. What do we see is happening again here? What are they attempting? Well, they're trying to hold this area again off this look below. So if they're here, then we can look back up, but we got to get over this 50. Got like 1,100 sell side there, just sitting. So I want to see us like look above that and then be able to start building up. If we lose this buyer here again, then these guys are just offsides, and then we look to play it down. But I'm just looking at this guy that's here. They were here before, and this is what we we're looking for that pullback. Like they're still just getting absorbed into this 45-50 area. Like we need to see them get over this shit, or it just is gonna feel really bad trying to be in a long here. Could look above 50. Let's see if we can hold. Love
Same
to see
thing
a
as
retest. Yeah.
I was to say with ES in this auction, like 50, this 57.99 to 5,800 just like has to like turbo bid basically.
Yeah. Gotta see a really strong bid step in here. Hold this. That's about as low as I want to see it go. Move stops up or break even at least if you're playing off of 50s. I'm at 1 here into 63. Looking for 75 next if we can get over 63.50.
Fed's Bowman says data points to continued economic strength.
Okay.
Surely that means we fill this to 93, right? 9Q. That's what that comment means.
Much of a reaction off that.
They're high on the day on Tesla.
No, those are my long is at 50s, bro. I just posted the chart. So I shorted 40, right? And then played that down and then got stopped out at 40. and then didn't interact, and then waited for the recovery of 50s, and then played 50s, and then just got stopped into 71 on my final contract. 71 to 75 was target. Above this, we look for that 84 and 95 area, but I don't have faith right now. There's like, we've just been stopped at 84 every time, so. I'm deleting pathing now that this is fully played for me. You can keep going if you have a runner. I just didn't. If I had 3 contracts, I would have taken 1 off there and then held, but I just had 2, so I just take it off of my first and secondary. Take profit. I don't have anything to really work off of. That's the issue. For bids. Like, we're basically just watching to see if 61 can hold. Like, this blue box here is now what I'm looking for any pullback to then keep going higher. If we were going to get it, that'd be where I'm looking for secondaries. But
According to the BSEE, 24% of oil production at the US Gulf of Mexico is shut in response to Tropical Storm Helene, and 18% of natural gas production.
light the candle on the 15. I'll play the retrace on whatever it gives us. It's not a big deal. Yeah, well, so again, like what you're looking at stream, right, Kels? We spotted the buyer here at 35.45. Our initial short entry was this 43, right? POC rejection and then the push down. We almost went to target, but didn't, so I get stopped out here. I then see our buyer attempting at 35 to 43 on the DOM, and we can also see it on POC here from this candle. We then see our next candle open and hold POC. And so it's like, okay, I now have to be looking at this as buy side, right? I can't be looking at this as a short re-entry because we're not below POC from the previous candle, and I know someone's participating here. So the only place I can take a short is if we push below that 35 bid, which is what we had pathed out. And we know that we have to get over 50s, right? So I'm looking, I've got a trigger, right? But I haven't pressed the button. So I know that there's a buyer here, but I know the potential of us chopping here is super high. So I need to wait for us to recover our 50s where we know that there was a seller there before. And if we can then see a secondary bid step in, then I want to play that up because we know that there's someone actual below us. We know that the seller isn't here, right? They would have just slammed us down and then we would have traded 35s. So I want to trade 50s and then I want to play it back up to resistance. So for me, that's how I got back into that trade. It's because we identified the buyer, we identified our pivot of where I'm looking for shorts, and I'm looking for that secondary move, and we had it pathed out for the 50 recovery and hold. So to me, it was just waiting for that area. We've acknowledged the buyer, now waiting for a secondary look in. Because I'm not buying my stop. I'm not doing it. I refuse. So now I got to wait for a secondary move. So that 50 hold was good. And then we're just trading right back up into our offer above, into this 84 to 95. And now I just look for a pullback. New 15s have opened. So looking to see if the 75 will hold, which is where we took our original profit. And we'll see if that is where buyers want to attempt. If I don't see this buyer here at 75s, then I'm looking for a retrace back down to 59 to 63. Yes, top of range, no change. Yeah, it's kind of just goes into like what I was talking about earlier, where it's like we might see something that like a level where people are interacting, but if there isn't enough secondary buyers to actually like push us out of that area, then it's like, okay, yeah, we're holding, but am I actually going to be able to make money here? Is it worth putting risk into the market when there's potential for us to just chop sideways and I get like 5 points out of it and it's break even? And then I'm like stuck in a trade and it might be a better setup in the opposite direction if that area fails. And so to me, like I just would rather wait for that secondary move into 50s. Just makes way more sense. And now I'm just looking for a retrace into POC from the previous candle, which is here. We'll see how we interact. This guy at 84 to 95, though, has just been so obnoxious today. And like, yeah, I missed a bit more of the move, but like I don't care. I really don't. We made money. Again, if I had 3 contracts instead of 2, I would have held for that 84. I did not. I will be right back. A bit is tempting, but pretty weak so far. Still just at this POC from previous candle where we were looking for the pullback. I'm not in. Just waiting.
Remember, this is an important ES zone with NQ slightly higher above that 50.
Uh, eh, I don't. I mean, maybe. I wouldn't. It's not a good 3 bar. But like holding the halfway of this candle would be solid. I don't like to see our secondary bar look above and then fail. To me, that's not great. So, like this is what this area looked like. Just to go in a bit more depth. What do we see about this low and then the secondary candle afterwards that makes this area worth looking at for longs? What do we see? I don't want to just answer it. Anything? Sure, but what happened in the low? Who's offsides here? Sellers, right? Then what happened here? We're above the buyers, right? And then what happened here? Secondary buyers, right? So we have everything that we're looking for a reversal from a rejection of a POC, right? Remember, yellow lines are POC down in trend. So what are we looking for a break of a trend down? Do we see this? How this is just a channel down with POC holding as resistance? POC, POC. What are we looking for in the low for a reversal from a channel down, a trend down? Yeah, POC shift, but who needs to be trapped at the lows as well? Right, so we're looking for a seller to be trapped into the lows. We're looking for a secondary buyer. So we have a buyer attempting here. And then we have an initiative buyer stepping in here at our 45s and then pushing us off, right? And now what are we doing? We're trying to build that POC. Is it going to be able to hold? I don't know. There's not enough information for me. There wasn't enough active buyers. So for me, this area right here looks like we'll probably have to fill. And then I'm going to have to wait for a secondary reaction off of it. If there was a buyer that was here, like delta-wise, then I would be a lot more inclined to participate at the 60, which is that halfway back you're talking about for a 3-bar. But because we looked above this much, I have a feeling that there are a decent amount of people who are trapped up here. And so the punishment feels like it's going to do more so like this. And then we can see if there's a buyer that's willing to try again off of this like 45.50. But I just want to like really point out, like, we have someone who's offsides at the lows. We spot a buyer who's attempting at the highs. We see them then stepping in above that and then pushing off of it. And this is a very clear shift from when POC was just holding as resistance below, right? This was our initial short. But I don't really tend to try any 3-bars if we see this kind of wicking above our mother bar. Because there's just going to be too many people who are offside from the initial push. Does this make sense? Why this is just the setup that we went over and over and over again on in class, which is POC holding his resistance for trend continuation down, finding someone who's caught off sides, looking for a secondary buyer, playing that back up. All right, that's the right side of the V. Do we see that? Right side of the V. And now it's just building out this garbage. And that's what we're doing now that I'm looking, right? Like, we're just building this garbage out. So we didn't get the POC hold that we wanted, and when we're seeing sellers trying to build below it. Because we didn't see enough of an active buyer here, they're now taking advantage of this and trying to move the offer below to retrace this candle. And the only buyer that we know about is like this, that we know that's kind of serious, is this 45 to 50 area. So I can actually shift this now. This is where we want to see buyers attempting. And we got to get back over this guy.
Apple value low here, bottom of range. It's the same area where we saw the last lift with our higher lows here. ES&Q, Nvidia halfway back. Not seeing the ES buy side reaction as strongly here. Where we have arrived.
New 15 is opening now. We have fully retraced this previous candle. Now just back to where this previous buyer was at this like 45, 50. Watching to see if bids can hold or if we rotate below 35 and then continue down. I do not have an answer for you yet.
that ES look back into the 99 5800. Almost instantly sold.
Are you watching like a New World Twitch stream or something?
No, I was watching Baggins play Throne and Liberty.
Got it.
But that comment made me laugh.
Yeah. I'm not seeing anything that I want to trade yet, guys. Just back to our zone. That's it. Buyers didn't step up where they needed to. They failed. 59.63 holding as resistance. Just back down to our 43 to 35. Either buyers will hold this inflection or it'll go offer and then we'll rotate back down to the lows. I'm only looking for sell side continuation if we see something like this. Or buyers just gonna reattempt here and push us off. To me, it feels pretty here or nowhere for the short term on NQ. It's the same thing as before. 50s is your first pivot here. Need to see a show acceptance back above. Buyer's still there at 35. The issue is that this structure is a bit different. Where we have this selling block above us. We've got to get over these POCs, so it's a bit rough trying to attempt this area other than just scalping back into it, right? Because we have so many more sellers now positioned above us. More recent sellers, I should say. To me, this is just like, yeah, we know that there's someone initiating here, but unless you're willing to just scalp like 20 points, I need to see the break of our downtrend and recovery of our most recent sellers as buyers. Again, there's nothing wrong with this area. It's just like this was the last area of interest. Like if buyers weren't here, it's going to be rough. It was going to be rough, I should say. So now it's just like, can we get over 50-55 and see if buy side's there? If we see secondary buyers like above 50-55, there's hope. But it just doesn't feel great. Is that really all Bowman had to say, by the way? That was it?
And he's like, things are great. Okay, see ya. I'm going to the golf course.
Crazy. Uh, I don't understand what this ranking system's basing it off of. Is it still just the games from September 2nd and below? On Deadlock or whatever, Mario? You posted that on Tracklock?
There's your sweeper.
That was untradeable.
Sorry. Yeah. A little bit slow responsive on ES.
Just watch for the secondary move. So full rotation, just back down to our 210, 215. So watch to see if buy side's still here. What I'd like to see is with this little selling block that just came in, can we hold and then push below for that rotation down into 180?
China urges local companies to stay away from Nvidia's AI chips.
There's your news, I'm assuming. Yeah, NVIDIA.
NYMEX gasoline October futures settle at $1.95 a gallon. NYMEX diesel October futures settle at $2.13 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas
Almost at
November
180
futures
target.
settle at $2.90.
Watch to see if we get absorption here.
This is ES into ADR. Yesterday low down still at 78. But with this, with our higher time frame here on ES,
And NYMEX WTI
dog.
crude November futures settle at $68.18 a barrel. That's up 51 cents or 0.75%.
anything that comes up into our previous daily structure, like towards this 90, if it offers, we open up a lot on ES down through the 73, 75 area into our buy edge.
Bleeding that's played. Watching our 180s now. If we can get back over 210, there might be something more, but that should be if you're playing off of 180, you got to be risking off into that. 210, 220.
For holding on that 90 area, yes.
Offer's going to try to step down below 195. You want to see the bid try to defend. Offer attempting to step below this 95. Retesting now. See if they hold or if we can continue to see absorption. You see how they're trying to slap it there? I'm out one here into 80s off of 95. Where did I get short? I shorted off 95 on the offer on the Dom and played down to 80. I still haven't seen anything yet to suggest that buyers are in control. Just chopping so far. We would need to see buyers reclaim 210, 215. Does this make a lot more sense if you look at it? This is a 1 second. So this is what we were seeing. So this flipped from bid. We can see bid stepping in here on every push in on the Dom. Then we can see that offer moving below and then holding this as resistance. And so if we continue to see that offer stepping in, then you can play off of this for a rotation back down to our 180. That's all it was. Now it's just choppy again. Bid trying to control. It's left on this candle. Feels bad. I don't know who's going to win this one out. Need to get below 95s again and then offer. That's the only thing that I see. Or move back up into 15s.
US Treasury yield extends fall on the front end. 2-year yields last down 6.2 basis points at 3.561%.
Is coming back towards Globex low. It's 90 once again, important. Higher time frame as well as intraday.
Watch your offer as we push into 20s. Either they hold it there and then rotate us back down, or we head back up to 35, 45. I don't see anything else. 20 is where they're sitting.
Brent crude futures settle at $71.98 a barrel. That's up 38 cents or 0.53%.
Pushing into our 35. This is where our imbalance is. Watch for sellers into 35, 45. It's for your next offer. That
Yes,
is
1 point
all I
off.
see. Yep.
Full imbalance fill here. Trade through 90.
Probably should have taken a long as we got over. Yeah. This sounds like it's her. Oh, that's funny.
There's no other long opportunities I see other than a pullback or a look over 50s. I would not touch anything up here on NQ.
ES is just the same thing we've been saying all day, where you just have to watch this 58, and if it holds offer, like you have a 5-point trade back into this 95. But I much prefer trading middle of range pivot, like the 50 on NQ and the 5800 on ESA, than these edges. The edges like just feel weird, uncertain. Of the node structure, I'm talking for those.
You just want to see buyers continue to hold 27s so we can rotate back up to 50. That's the only thing you're watching for on buy side for NQ. I don't know if it'll be actionable, but like you want to see where this seller imbalance was, now buy side imbalance, right? It's so far holding. And we're looking for how we react into 50s. Again, we've retraced this NVIDIA sell. So what happens once we've retraced this? Sellers attempt again? Same price? Push it down? Or can buyers hold? Don't have the answer. Not yet. All I know is that there's a seller here. And there's a seller who attempted here and was absorbed, 27. And there was a seller here at 195 who became a bid. Got taken out again. All right, so we have 3 levels to play around. I put NVIDIA up instead of Russell here just so you can see the confluence that's going on with the market. Understanding that this sell was the China NVIDIA news. We've retraced the NVIDIA sell candle. And we are now just trading up. We're watching to see if NVIDIA can hold like 120 as supportive on a retest. See if this can flag here. And then do something like that for any upside continuation. Or this is just going to start to rotate back down now that we've retraced our seller. Eton.
What do you think of flexing a buy one? It's not zero.
The steal. Look at that.
It's a steal for someone. I'm not sure who. What side?
Look at that.
That looks like a normal chart Kiz buys, to be honest.
That's value, Kiz.
Kiz has dreams that that's what the Apple chart looks like.
Julian, are you still here? You see how we bounced that 170, 180? We held that from what we were talking about earlier. Like it has to hold here. And then we look for that rotation. Like that's the only thing that's there. And now we're attempting to get back into this fixed range. May delete all this other stuff from the drawings from the print stuff. NVIDIA holding where it needs to as right now. We're watching to see what happens into our inflection. We've got buyers really attempting, but getting eaten so far. Want to see if we can hold above our POC off of this sell. Need to see NVIDIA over this 120.35. Yep, 50 again.
What a Baba chart. Holy cows.
Yeah,
Nice
it's
to
been mooning.
China. Wow, wow, wow. Because where was that like last week, man? Hello? Supposed to post them before. You want turbo bid here.
The ES looking at this 99, 5800 zone.
If not, I expect to come back down through at 95.
Mhm. How much does Buffett own still? I don't know. He's still accumulating that? Thought he sold some. I guess not. They own almost 29% now. What?
That's so funny.
Good bid off of our previous POC. Testing 250s again. Nvidia still holding our 120. No change. No real shift or look for a breakout though, with Nvidia still just holding. I really don't like artificial grape, man. I'm not a big fan. I've got passion fruit, orange, guava, ice right now. That's what I've got in. Like a fruity menthol thing.
Seller's getting much more aggressive here. You need like an instant response here. Once again, I do think we do these node retraces.
I don't think so. Later, surf.
According to the Financial Times, Fed's Muslim says the Fed should lower interest rates gradually.
Nvidia is still in the holding pattern, but making lower highs. I'd really like to see us break below this 20 and show it as an offer where we just feel pretty stuck across the market. NQ still just holding POC from previous candle. New 15's opening now.
Dollar still here, ES, right above this 5,800. Tone and idea has not shifted out of here.
What's up, Dubs? Not much to trade.
Quite good earlier.
Yeah, like
Not
an
bad,
hour.
at least.
They're playing now so that when it's later, when Mario can play, they can't play.
Yeah.
They're actually doing it just out of spite.
It's true. I've accepted it as fact.
Uh, they just are non-committal, you know. It's like when you show a girl that you like that you're interested, and you just show it like you're a little
Fed's
too
news minces
interested.
more
Dubs.
than one additional 25
Yeah.
basis point cut for the rest of 2024.
What did I do to them? I worked during the day.
He was friendly. It's so Brownie Bear is flex. Hello, flex. Your message just was held for review because it was so heinous on YouTube chat.
Sounds about right, to be honest.
Fed's Muslim says we may cut faster if the job market weakens more than forecast.
This is something.
5.5 minutes till final 30s.
Kind of like this algo flows lotto that he just called. 5740p on SPX at 1.4. Oh, I guess that was a few minutes ago. Never mind. It's probably more. We're trading at 740 now. Nvidia sideways, market is sideways. Well, his initial ad was 2.4, and then he added at 1.4, so I don't know if he wanted it earlier, Kiz. This is buy-side liquidity on NQ. Either we hold here or we do a full rotation down. Watching this 220 to 213 area on NQ. Nvidia showing weakness. Again, just lower highs, but still just ranging, holding our 120. But nothing is showing me yet that buyers want anything to do with this. We'll see if we can hold into this stacked and balance here on footprint or not. Yeah, you just have to be careful to see if this is a liquidity grab or not. Right? This would make a lot of sense for liquidity. I think this is our imbalance here. We need to see a look below, then we can rotate. Yeah, no, I get you. I think that made sense. How are my Florida people doing today? I don't know if anyone in chat is actually from Florida. Oh, good. Okay, good. Did you lose power, Nikki? No? Alright, that's good. NVIDIA testing high of range here. You're testing our sell candle from before news. So far, this is looking like a liquidity grab on NQ with NVIDIA holding our 120. Still need to see any sort of willingness to trade over 50s on NQ, but if NVIDIA can hold above, it's a good first sign. 20 seconds until new 15s. Yeah, Darian posted this earlier, kids, and I thought it was crazy. Look at this. Oh, can you actually click that now? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, sorry. But you can see from the screenshot at least, you know? Looks fine to classic Florida, you know? I will continue to live my life inland.
Yeah.
I am okay. I've got a lake. The body of water
Close
that's
enough.
not trying to kill me, you know?
Wow. That one might be.
Well, you know, it's
You
it's
just,
good.
if you go deep enough, that is.
You know, Cleveland used to be known because the water was so polluted back in like I think it was like the 50s that the river actually caught on fire that led into the lake.
That's great.
Yeah,
I've seen stuff with like Chicago about that too. Maybe it was Cleveland and I'm just mistaken. Or it happened everywhere because
yeah, 'cause that time
why
was
not?